We are Saitel. Over 3 decades, our group has evolved from providing the best experiences in voice support to extending our capabilities across the omni-channel environment. We are one of the largest customer experience companies in the world, with operations in 27 countries. Our 75,000 workforce globally deliver 2.5 million meaningful interactions every day in 48 languages across different channels our customers use. In every interaction, we improve relationships between businesses and their customers. That's why our clients trust us.
My name is Ravi Iyengar. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Saitel Asia Pacific. Our Philippines operations started in the year 2000 and has since grown into a 22,000 strong team of passionate, talented professionals. Currently, we've got 15 customer experience centers in Metro Manila, Baguio, Tarlac, and Palawan, and we continue to grow. Our diverse footprint, particularly in the countryside, is a matter of pride for us. We bring jobs and opportunities not just in mature BPO markets, but in greenfield areas to people and communities that need our support and partnership.
We are Saitel Philippines. We empower our people. We're transforming the associate experience through seamless interfaces and an engaging culture. Because the employee experience is the customer experience. Welcome to the Saitel Barkada community.
Sila ang laging pinasasalamatan, sila ang laging binibigyang pansin dahil sa nagagawa nilang pagtulong sa bayan. Alamin ang kanilang mga kwento, ilalabas na sa DZRH. Ang mga kwento ng kanilang mga pinagdaanan at pinagdadaanan para lang maibigay ang tulong para sa kapwa Pilipino. DZRH, Makabagong Bayani. Kwentong pagpupugay sa frontliners ng bayan. Sa selebrasyon ng broadcast sa Pilipinas, ika-81 taong anibersaryo ng DZRH.
We are Sitel. Over 3 decades, our group has evolved from providing the best experiences in voice support to extending our capabilities across the omni-channel environment. We are one of the largest customer experience companies in the world, with operations in 27 countries. Our 75,000 workforce globally delivers 2.5 million meaningful interactions every day in 48 languages across different channels our customers use. In every interaction, we improve relationships between businesses and their customers. That's why our clients trust us.
My name is Ravi Iyengar. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Sitel Asia Pacific. Our Philippines operations started in the year 2000 and has since grown into a 22,000 strong team of passionate, talented professionals. Currently, we've got 15 customer experience centers in Metro Manila, Baguio, Tarlac, and Palawan, and we continue to grow. Our diverse footprint, particularly in the countryside, is a matter of pride for us. We bring jobs and opportunities not just in mature BPO markets, but in greenfield areas to people and communities that need our support and partnership.
We are Sitel Philippines. We empower our people. We're transforming the associate experience through seamless interfaces and an engaging culture. Because the employee experience is the customer experience. Welcome to the Sitel Barkada community.
Sila ang laging pinasasalamatan, sila ang laging binibigyang pansin dahil sa nagagawa nilang pagtulong sa bayan. Alamin ang kanilang mga kwento, ilalabas na sa DZRH. Ang mga kwento ng kanilang mga pinagdaanan at pinagdadaanan para lang maibigay ang tulong para sa kapwa Pilipino. DZRH, Makabagong Bayani. Kwentong pagpupugay sa frontliners ng bayan. Sa selebrasyon ng broadcast sa Pilipinas, ika-81 taong anibersaryo ng DZRH.
Makabagong bayanihan, serbisyong tapat sa iyo, DZRH.
We are Saitel. Over 3 decades, our group has evolved from providing the best experiences in voice support to extending our capabilities across the omni-channel environment. We are one of the largest customer experience companies in the world, with operations in 27 countries. Our 75,000 workforce globally deliver 2.5 million meaningful interactions every day in 48 languages across different channels our customers use. In every interaction, we improve relationships between businesses and their customers. That's why our clients trust us.
My name is Ravi Iyengar. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Saitel Asia Pacific. Our Philippines operations started in the year 2000 and has since grown into a 22,000 strong team of passionate, talented professionals. Currently, we've got 15 customer experience centers in Metro Manila, Baguio, Tarlac, and Palawan, and we continue to grow. Our diverse footprint, particularly in the countryside, is a matter of pride for us. We bring jobs and opportunities not just in mature BPO markets, but in greenfield areas to people and communities that need our support and partnership.
We are Saitel Philippines. We empower our people. We're transforming the associate experience through seamless interfaces and an engaging culture. Because the employee experience is the customer experience. Welcome to the Saitel Barkada community.
Sila ang laging pinasasalamatan. Sila ang laging binibigyang pansin dahil sa nagagawa nilang pagtulong sa bayan. Alamin ang kanilang mga kwento. Ilalabas na sa DZRH. Ang mga kwento ng kanilang mga pinagdaanan at pinagdadaanan para lang maibigay ang tulong para sa kapwa Pilipino. DZRH. Makabagong bayani. Kwentong pagpupugay sa frontliners ng bayan. Sa selebrasyon ng broadcast sa Pilipinas, ika-81 taong anibersaryo ng DZRH.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Magabagong bayanihan, serbisyong tapat sa
Good
iyo.
afternoon.
DZRH.
Good afternoon. Kang hindi ako nakikita.
There you go.
That's good enough.
Good afternoon. It's raining, Ellen.
Yeah, raining cats and dogs. Ang lakas dito. Nasa office ka? Ay,
I'm
hindi.
at home. You can see the rain. I might have to move though.
Lakas dito. Oh. Naririnig. I was afraid na marinig yung kulog at kidlat.
I hope everyone's signing in already. We're waiting for others to sign, right?
Yeah.
Sign in. Yeah. Now that's a bit scary, Ellen. When we are online like this and it's raining, sometimes, yes, the connections
The connection
slower.
might be affected. Pero medyo kampante ako, sis, kasi we're into broadcast. That's a no-no to us.
Yes.
Pwedeng
Oh,
mawalan
I
ng
know. Okay. And it's good that we're doing this. I'm doing this with you because I have somebody who's okay,
may pang-backup.
who's yeah, somebody who is expert kasi you're from the media. So we're waiting for the queue, right? We're just waiting for people to log in. Tama ba? I think that's what we're doing. Okay.
We will start after the Philippine National Anthem, the prayer, Philippine National Anthem, and PMAP hymn. We're waiting for that.
Okay, we're ready.
Miss Grace, pinarecord ko na lang yung ano mo, yung interview mo. Nasa Mancom kasi ako kahapon meeting.
Talaga?
Record ko. Padala ko sa'yo.
How was it?
Hindi ko siya, ano kasi, ni-record nila, tapos pinadala lang sa akin kanina. Hindi ko na na-view kasi nagpa-first Friday mass kami. Padala ko sa'yo para meron kang copy. Pero yung screenshot, pinost ko kagabi.
Okay.
Wow. Are you hearing the thunder? I think we're ready in any moment now for the invocation and lupang himig.
Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred,
Loyalty to PMAP, upholding mass respect and dignity. We all know take closer ties and harmony to keep our stand of unity. We believe in a goal for a strong economy. We believe in the role of industry.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first PMAP online thank them all, Cytel Philippines, John Clemens Consultants Incorporated, and of course, aming DZRH for sponsoring the event. This is a PMAP initiative aimed at helping the displaced workers brought about by the pandemic, no, yung COVID-19 pandemic. And also, this is an avenue for upskilling, for learning new skills and talents so that we up our ante, we upgrade ourselves. This gives us a better opportunity to look for other jobs. And with me this afternoon is my sister in profession, and I'm so glad she said yes. She's the first vice president for HR services at the Malayan Insurance, and also the 2018 vice president for PMAP. Let's all welcome with a virtual clap, Miss Michelle Guse.
Good afternoon, Ellen. I feel like, I know we've been chatting just this morning, but I feel like that I have not seen you for a long time. And I also feel like a field reporter today, given the rain, and feeling ko nasa labas ako, and ganito palang feeling na nasa radio, Ellen, and ikaw pa yung kasama ko. So,
I was so afraid baka mamaya marinig yung mga kulog at kidlat dito.
Oo nga eh. I'm sure dito you'll be hearing it. So maybe they could just treat us as if we're in the field and we're reporters, right?
Oo nga eh. Yeah, we do that here. Sometimes we pitch in also for the other reporters, especially kapag may mga breaking news, there are etc. Lalo na kung may mga calamities. Anyway,
so good afternoon, friends and colleagues, by the way, and of course, let's also say good afternoon to our team behind the scenes, Ellen, and they've baka hindi pa nata nag-lunch yung mga teammates natin sa PMAP.
Alam mo, we wouldn't want to make this a heavy summit. In fact, we would like to make it lighter. Alam mo, ito kasing COVID-19 pandemic na to has greatly impacted the lives of many Filipinos. Hindi lang Filipinos, this is all over the world. A lot of people have been affected by this. So parang we in PMAP would really take the initiative. We would take steps in order to help talaga. Marami, you wouldn't believe it. Like I've seen a lot of people talaga losing their jobs, companies closing down, losing their businesses. Some even went to begging to the streets already. So talagang this is light. And
actually, this is a good way for us to help our kababayans, our HR who have lost the jobs and businesses. Diba? There's a better way but through online webinars like this. And that's why we'd like to also welcome our PMAP Facebook page viewers and YouTube viewers as well. So ganito pala ang feeling ng YouTuber, Ellen.
Alam mo ba na for those who we're not able to register and log in dito sa WebEx natin, ano, you can view us live simultaneously through PMAP YouTube channels and Facebook accounts. So yung mga gustong maka-experience nitong summit na to, because we have a panel of experts who can share their talents and skills with us, with our participants, to really help us during this time of COVID pandemic, no? Yung COVID-19 pandemic. Alam mo, maraming opportunities eh. Ako personally, sis, naniniwala ako kasi na when a door closes, another one opens. So,
Yes.
guys, at the amount of opportunity, opportunities abounded. We just have to open our eyes.
We have to connect, no? We just have to keep on connecting with the right people. And this is PMAP is a good venue to really look for people who need job, and also find those companies who are actually looking for people, no? So we have attendees pala from the top 4 industries today. These are from financial services, food, manufacturing, and the BPO. And we're looking at about 80%.
There are about 60 companies
Yes.
pala. 60 companies. There are 60 companies who have sent their job openings to us in PMAP.
Yun ang exciting.
Kailangan lang talaga, alam mo sa panahon ngayon, parang sabi nga ng mga millennials, when there are opportunities, wag ka nang choosy. Choosy ka pa ba? I mean, the name of the game is survival. We need to survive, diba? So, and you'll be surprised na kaya ko palang gawin to eh. Ako, I can personally say that because I've went through a lot and there were assignments given to me in the past na akala ko, hindi ko to kaya. And then, I'll look back and say, thank you, boss, for giving me this assignment. I didn't know I can do this. Meron mga iba dyan have taken into videography, photo for sale.
Yes. And what's more amazing is that today, actually, we can tap our own talents. We have tapped our own talents within PMAP to talk about how we can stay employable, how to find opportunities to earn, diba, in the midst of this pandemic. And on top of that, we will find insights about what kind of leadership, diba, we need in the new order of life, new normal, sabi nga nila, diba? So, Ellen, you're ready to introduce our opening remarks.
To do the opening remarks, of course, our very own, our president and our dear president, Miss Maria Luisa Echevarria. President Loy, let's hear from you.
Thank you very much, Sec Helen. And Mitch, how are you? To my fellow PMAP officers and Board of Trustees, members of the PMAP Council of Presidential Advisors, our chapter presidents, dear members from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, friends from the government and academic sector, to our notable speakers, committed partners and sponsors, fellow people managers, and to everyone who joined us in this remarkable event. A blessed day to everyone. It is with great honor to welcome you all to the first ever PMAP Online Job Outsourcing and HR Upskilling Summit. This is an initiative that PMAP has organized to help workers who were displaced due to the ongoing pandemic. At the same time, this is also to enhance their knowledge and skills to cope with challenges of the new normal. I would like to specially mention our board secretary, Ms. Ellen Fulido, who is one of our cluster champions in crafting and executing our organization's resiliency action plans with the help of volunteer officers, past presidents, and members. Here in the Philippines, we have reached a record high of 17.7% unemployment rate. And this is seen to rise before 2020 ends. The good news is There are still companies who continue to thrive and or bounce back. PMAP is keeping the faith with you all, and we remain steadfast in providing services and timely programs, not only to our members, but to the whole business community as part of our commitment to nation rebuilding. In today's summit, there will be presentations and discussions on how our people will stay relevant and competent to meet the demands secondary to the disruption in our workplaces. Several companies are also sharing employment opportunities, and who knows, the people that they are looking for are attending today's summit. To all the companies who are trying to sustain their business operations to be able to provide opportunities to their people, our sincerest appreciation and salute to all your efforts. We are one with you in this struggle. Let us never lose faith in our Filipino workers and in each other. There may be limitations now, but PMAP is doing its very best to be relevant to the times. We remain committed to the dreams of our founding forefathers by sharing our expertise in people management. I want to close this with a quote from the best-selling American author, Karen Salmason, and I quote, "The most challenging times bring us the most empowering lessons. Let us never give up, mga kapwa ko Pilipino. Laban lang! Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat."
Yes, maraming salamat, President Lloyd. Thank you so much. Medyo we were not able to pull this through without the help also of our professional staff. And of course, Ide Rene, we would like to thank him for helping us out in organizing this summit. And to you, particularly, take note of what you said. Keep the faith. Keep the faith. Huwag nating walain yon because that should keep us moving. It is the unseen that will keep us moving. So maraming salamat. And moving on, we would like to call on our first speaker for this afternoon, Presloy. She's the Chief People Officer for CITL Philippines, Australia, and New Zealand. She's also the president of our Palawan PMAP chapter and the 2017 People Manager of the Year. And to talk about staying employability in the changing times, friends, ladies and gentlemen, let's all give a big round of virtual clap to Miss Heidi Enriquez.
Maraming salamat, Sis Ellen. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. I come from the contact center industry, so it's always morning where we are. You know, as President Lloyd mentioned, we are experiencing currently challenges that never before in generations were experienced. All over the world, we're seeing millions losing their jobs and many millions more face the uncertainty of probably losing their jobs. And so this puts, of course, a lot of stress on our workforce. The question that lingers is that, is there hope for the millions of job seekers out there that are looking for opportunities? How do we bounce back? And probably more importantly, given the lessons of the current pandemic, how do we future-proof our career? How do we keep ourselves updated at sabi nga ng mga millennials, bulletproof amidst all of the changes that we are expecting in the future? But before I delve into the meat of my discussion, I would like to get to know you more, our audience. So can we please pull up our Mentimeter? So let's take a very, very quick poll. Mag-online survey muna tayo. So I need you to go to www.menti.com, okay, and use the code 140192. Okay? And the question that you will have to answer is, what best describes your current employment situation? Okay? It can either be it's complicated, just like probably your relationship. It can be strong and secure because you continue to be employed, and as a matter of fact, you have more work and the future is very certain for you. Or you may be on a prowl with exciting possibilities, which means that yes, you're looking, yes, you've been impacted, but there are so many opportunities that you're already considering. It's just a matter of choosing which one you like. Or the fourth option is you're desperately looking. Okay, so let's see. So far, wow, this is great to note that so far around, still moving, but around 61% of our current attendees feel their current employment situation is strong and secure. Followed by, it's complicated, meaning there's probably some uncertainties in their current organization. They don't know whether there's going to be contraction or retrenchment, or they might have been put on no work, no pay. They're still employed, but the future is uncertain. And we have a small percentage, around 8%, that's desperately looking. So, but the good thing is that regardless of whether you feel very strong and secure about your current employment situation, or at the other end of the spectrum, you're desperately looking, I assure you that the session today, not just my session, but also the sessions of the other fellow HR practitioners who will be speaking with you today, you will find a lot of insights and learnings from. Because, I think one of the things that the pandemic really has shown us is that how quickly things change. That something that is strong and secure right now, a virus can easily turn that around. I assure you that an Airbnb, for example, that last year was still one of the most lauded companies in the world, but because of the pandemic, they're forced to change their strategy. They've lost a lot of their market value because of that. And so let me begin my my presentation by sharing my slides. So let me pause a little bit and wait for this to load. Please let me know once you can see it already.
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay, good. So in the next 30 minutes, we will talk about how to stay employable in changing times. And by employability, we don't mean na employable ka lang sa isang company. This employability may mean that you employ yourself because you become an entrepreneur. But let's first see the context within which we're operating. What's the COVID-19 effect on the world of work? Hold on, let me just move this so that it doesn't get in the way. Okay. What's the impact of COVID-19 on the world of work? Okay. So, and let me zero in on the Philippine scenario. President Loy also mentioned it before, that a total of 7.3 million unemployed, there are already, as of the April labor force survey conducted by the Department of Labor and Employment, there were already 7.3 million unemployed Filipinos. Yan yung 17.7% unemployment rate that President Lloyd talked about earlier. Now, if you go to this slide, look at this. So I attended a Mercer seminar or webinar sometime April. Okay? And in that webinar, Mercer projected, because of their studies and surveys and their deep insight about how the world of work is moving globally, they made a projection about what the unemployment rate in each countries or each region globally would look like by end of 2020. And let's focus your attention here. As of April, Mercer was predicting that the unemployment rate in the Philippines in 2020 would be at 15%. 15%. And at 2021, it will become 13%. Now we pivot back to the April actual data. At the end of April, 7.3 million unemployed Filipinos, which is equivalent to 17.7. So the reality overshot the projection of Mercer. And out of those 7.3 million Filipinos, 69,000 were unemployed due to company closure as a result of the pandemic. And Secretary Bello, in an interview, said that they're projecting around 3,000 to 4,000 more, or even in a conservative numbers, no, to be losing their jobs. So what does this mean? And is there hope? Is there hope amidst these very, very bleak numbers that I am showing you? Okay. Hold on. Mukhang nag-freeze ang aking screen. So let me just do something first. I just want to check. Ellen, can you still hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Even your slides are visible.
Okay.
Although,
Yeah. So it's just taking a long time for it to
Yes.
load. So that's what technology is all about. So where are the jobs? Okay, when we talk about the Philippines, nasaan ba ang mga trabaho dito sa Pilipinas? And this data is based on a job street report. And again, the good news is that there are jobs that are available, actually thousands of them. And these are the industries that continue to hire amidst the pandemic. The first one, and I'm very fortunate to be part of this industry, even now more than ever, is the IT BPM o yung kadalasan tinatawag nating BPOs and contact centers, accounting for, look at that, 41% of all of the openings out there. Pumunta ka ng LinkedIn, pumunta ka ng JobStreet, lahat ng yan, 41% nasa call center industry. Just to give you a little bit of a context, in Cytel alone, we are projecting the need for 8,000 new employees between now and end of the year. There are so many. Sa SICA pa lang, the Contact Center Association of the Philippines, there are 121 member companies. So imagine that. And Cytel, nag-iisa lang. At 8,000 ang kailangan namin. So followed by government jobs. Of course, because the government institutions still need to continue their operations, their service to the nation and to their constituents, particularly the LGUs. So patuloy pa rin silang nag-hire, followed by education sector. And you can see the rest there. Okay, so let's just wait a little bit for the screen to change. So in the following slide, I will be talking a little bit more about this industry, the BPO industry, that based on data is the one that really continues to hire amidst the pandemic. As a matter of fact, one of the things that was said about the the IT BPM industry, or based on data, is that itong IT BPM industry at this point in time is the second biggest contributor, or not as of this, as of end of 2019, was the biggest contributor to the Philippine economy, okay, at 28 billion. So that's the amount dollars. That's the amount that the industry is pumping into the Philippine economy. Juxtapose that with the contribution of the OFWs. 2019, our OFW remittances reached a total of 33 billion. Okay? So, excuse me, Char, maybe you can take over the presentation because lalag talaga siya.
So while waiting for the presentation,
Yes, I can continue to talk about the contact center industry. So second, ang BPO pagdating sa contribution sa economy. But as we know, the labor department is estimating around 100,000 of our migrant workers or overseas Filipino workers to be displaced by end of the year. Actually, I was looking at some data kanina sa Google, no? Around 59,000 OFWs have already been brought home to the Philippines as of June 23, and 42,000 more are expected to be repatriated back by the end of the year. What will be then the impact on the Philippine economy, on the remittances, the 33 billion that our economy really relies on very heavily? The impact is estimated to be a decrease on OFW remittances of up to 40% or 13 billion. What that means then, in simple terms, is that this year, and most likely in the year 2021, ang BPO and contact center sector will be the biggest contributor to the Philippine economy. Why? Because while the OFW remittances are decreasing, the contact center and BPO industry is projected to continue to grow. Okay, so chart, have we changed already?
Mr. Jurel will be sharing it. We're just fixing the presentation.
Okay, thank you. And so, pag sinabi natin na BPO industry, what does that mean? Or IT BPM industry? And how does that relate to the call center industry? You know, ang total BPO employment ngayon nasa 1.4 million. So the BPO industry is the sort of the umbrella industry. Okay? So 1.4 million employees in that particular sector. Now, how about the contact center? So, ang BPO industry is comprised of different segments. The contact center industry is the biggest, representing around 60% of the entire BPO sector. Ito yung mga tinatawag natin ng mga call centers. Okay? Ang contact center industry employs around 900,000. And then there are other segments there like games, development, animation, software development, in-house contact centers. All of these segments comprise what we call the BPO sector. So given that the BPO industry is the biggest job generator and is projected to be still the biggest, or will be the biggest, job generator in the next coming months and probably all the way to 2020. Ano ba ang mga key competencies na typically hinahanap ng mga contact centers or ng mga BPO companies? Kasi alam natin na marami sa atin dyan ang naghahanap no, ano ba yung mga opportunities that may be available for us in the BPO in the BPO sector. And so let me just run through some of these very quickly before I go through the rest of my presentation. Okay? When we talk about core competence, particularly at the agent level, because karamihan ng mga vacancies dyan para sa agent level, hindi na ang contact center industry is no longer like the perception before that people here, our agents, do very simple jobs. As a matter of fact, the simpler jobs, yung mga scripted, yung mga parang telephone operator type of work, wala na yon. Because those types of jobs, the more simpler ones, have been taken over already by AI and chatbots. Okay? Hindi na tao ang gumagawa nun. Artificial intelligence na. Or robots na tinatawag, or bots as we call them. Now, the human agent is now left with tasks that are more complex, that are what we call value adding. No, dahil more complex siya, hindi pa siya kayang gawin ng isang robot or ng isang artificially intelligent agent. So, what are some of these skills na dapat ang agent or na hinahanap ng mga contact centers, given that many of the work that are required are now more complex than ever. So, unang-una dyan, syempre, importante pa rin ang communication skills. But the communication skills are no longer just verbal or oral communication skills. Ngayon, kasama na ang written through chat, written through email, simply because no longer are agents required to operate in just one channel. Okay? Hindi na ang kailangan lang, okay, sasagot ka ng telepono. Now, agents are required to be what's called universal agents. That means they can converse, they can communicate, they can address employees, clients' concerns, customers' concerns through voice, through email, and through chat. Okay? There are also technical skills that's required. So how adept you are at technology, right? Kasama din dyan sa technical skills na tinatawag, apart from your adeptness in navigating the internet, included din dyan ang typing speed. Okay? Typically, 25 words per minute with an accuracy of minimum 85%. Some clients are requiring 90% accuracy pagdating sa typing speed. And then, of course, there are what we call the behavioral skills that are required. And when we talk about behavioral skills, kasama dyan yung unang-una, syempre, customer service orientation. Okay? So kung ikaw, tipo ng tao na galit sa interaction, o you'd rather be left alone, or you're ill-tempered, you don't like dealing with people who are upset, then maybe this is not a job as a frontline customer service representative is not the kind of job for you. Okay? Kasama din dyan yung teamwork or ability to work with others. Why? Because whether you're working from home or you're working in center, you still will be required to work with someone. Okay? So that's very important. Kasama din dyan yung problem-solving skills and critical thinking. Why? Because you no longer have a script. Right? Clients call you and you don't know exactly, you cannot predict what questions they will ask of you. So how will you respond? How will you resolve their questions kung ganyan yung scenario? So that means ability to think on your feet is also very important. Okay? So let me just check on the presentation before I move forward. So Richard, how are we doing? Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, hi. You're still on. It's just that the PowerPoint preparation is taking a long while.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Can you enable? Can you enable me to share? Okay. Sige, tingnan natin. Let's take another swab at this. Okay. Okay. Oh, so ayan, medyo okay na siya. Ha? Sana hindi ma-jinx, no? Wow. Okay. So this is just what I talked about, no? The agent competency requirement. Now, of course, everyone is saying that world of work is going to be different now because coronavirus has forced us to change the world of work. And many people are wondering, okay, ano ba ang mangyayari? Because so many things are changing. And we're not even sure what will happen next. So SHRM, the Society for Human Resource Management, they're the biggest organization of HR practitioners in the US, and they made this study and they released the result of this study. And I would like to just deal with the top 3 of the things that they say based on their study will change because of the pandemic. First one, and I'm sure I don't need to dwell so much on this because many of you have experienced this already, that remote work will become a widely accepted alternative to location-based work. You know, I was looking at both LinkedIn and JobStreet earlier. And I was so surprised na sa top ng mga searches doon, work at home ang nakalagay. Can you imagine, or did you even imagine working from home and working productively from home and enjoying it even just last January? Probably not. I personally was not expecting that. But I now find myself really enjoying it. And ako ngayon, baliktad na. I can't even imagine myself going back to in-center work. The second key findings of SHRM is that finding talent will become easier. Bakit? Because ang mga candidates will be available globally via remote work. That means if there's work, you don't need to be in Manila. If it's something that can be done at home, you can be in Bacolod, you can be somewhere in Basilan, or as long as there's connection, you can do work. And therefore, dalawang bagay ang impact nito sa atin as workers. That for some of us, it may be easier to find work, but on the other hand, it also means that we have more competition. If you're a job seeker, you're not just competing with other job seekers in Manila, but you're also competing with job seekers in other parts of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Okay? And then the third one is that virtual learning will expand dramatically, just like what we're doing now, right? Prior to the pandemic, PMAP also had some webinars, pero pati ngayon yung GMM ng PMAP has gone virtual already. And the good thing is that from a workforce perspective, many of these webinars are for free. We don't need to pay like thousands of pesos to attend conferences now. Really learning, okay, virtual learning is very accessible now to everyone. Okay. So let me just pivot a little bit. So because we've talked about the jobs that are available right now. So ano naman yung pinipredict ng mga experts to be the emerging jobs? So this means in the next 10 to 20 years, what kind of jobs do experts predict to be the demand of companies? And I'd like to show you this. So hold on, let me move this a little bit. Let's look at the Philippines first. Okay. Medyo nahihiya na naman siya. Ayaw niyang mag-show. Okay. So, ito ang mga top emerging jobs in the Philippines. And I'll pause a little bit to allow you to read all of this. So, imagine, how many of us thought that jobs like robotics engineering, cybersecurity specialist would be top emerging jobs in our country? And to juxtapose that, inilagay ko dito yung mga top emerging jobs naman in the US. And again, let me pause to allow you some time to read it. And look at the difference or the similarities between the jobs that are emerging in the Philippines versus the jobs that are emerging in the US. Pag tiningnan nyo yan isa-isa, what it means is that iisa lang actually dito sa mga jobs that are emerging, top emerging jobs in the Philippines, ang hindi nasa top emerging jobs ng US. Okay? So, when we look at that, what are some of the insights that we glean from those emerging jobs? Okay? Pag tiningnan natin yan, ano ang mga mapapansin natin? Pansinin ninyo, ilan dyan sa mga job titles na yan ang nag-carry ng word na engineer? Okay? Para sa akin, pag tiningnan ko yan, makes me really conclude that engineering never goes out of style. It might be from civil engineer to a robotic engineer, from a software engineer to being a full stack engineer or DevOps engineer, but engineering never really goes out of style. And then the other one is now more than ever, there's a stronger focus on privacy and security because as workers increasingly collaborate and adopt emerging technologies, companies will of course have to replace a stronger focus on privacy and security measures. Kaya makikita nyo dyan, may mga jobs na cybersecurity specialist, which is the second top emerging job in the Philippines. And then the third conclusion that I derive out of looking at this list is the rise of digital workforce. Ano ba yung sinasabi natin na digital workforce? More companies will incorporate a digital workforce. Okay? Yan yung AI, robots or chatbots, and augmented reality. But rather than making humans obsolete, these digital workers can actually enhance human capability. So dapat hindi tayo natatakot na, oh my God, mapapalitan na ako ng robot. Okay? Employees that are able to use technology to their advantage will not only focus on high-value tasks, so yung sinasabi ko kanina, lahat ng high value, lahat ng more complex, humans will continue to do that. The simpler tasks will be done already by AI-powered tools. Kaya nga, it's now going to be a future where you have humans and robots working side by side. So a study carried out by LinkedIn showed that companies are looking now for combination of hard and soft skills in potential employees. And similarly, the World Economic Forum in 2018 jobs report found that in the future, human skills will be vital to success. So again, we will not be erased from humankind. We will not be erased from the world of work because in an era where there are many that's technology enabled, you need someone with a human touch. And this human touch will be vital to success. Okay? So, tignan naman natin ngayon. Ano yung mga soft skills na dapat nating i-develop so that we have what we call lifelong employability. Okay? Anong ibig sabihin ng lifelong employability? Pandemic proof, technology proof. Because if you only focus on developing technical skills, if you only develop on hardcore or hard skills, but leave behind your soft skills, remember, the robots will be able to take over that. And technologies changes very quickly. What happens then kung yung technology that you know now will no longer exist? What happens to you? So experts are saying, and also based on my experience, that to be future-proof or to future-proof our careers, we need to develop lifelong employability skills. And these are mostly soft skills. Okay? The first one, and I'll quickly run through this, is learnability. What does that mean? It is the ability to grow and adapt your skill set, which will be key to employability in the future, especially as new jobs appear and traditional positions become irrelevant or taken over by machine. So ibig sabihin yan, mag-aral, mag-train, and learn, and take it upon yourself to expand your horizons. So now companies, this is the first thing that they will look for. Regardless of profession, regardless of industry, is this person change able? Can this person learn very quickly? The second one is cognitive flexibility. Medyo big term. What does cognitive flexibility mean? Diba? May mga tao na sinasabi, ay, hindi ako creative. Kaya nga ako nag-HR kasi hindi ako magaling sa numbers. Remove that. We're already in a global world, and therefore, in our way of thinking, there should be no boundaries anymore. You may be more of a right brain thinker, or you may be more of a left brain thinker, but the world of work of the future requires these two areas or spheres of your brain to interact. That means you switch between thinking about different concepts or being able to think about multiple concepts, being able to inject creativity as you focus on data. Okay? That's what you mean by cognitive flexibility. The third one is critical thinking and analysis. So as technological advances provide companies with increasing amounts of data, critical thinking and analysis will of course be key to success. Because in the future, employable professionals will be those that are able to gather data, understand it, analyze it, and then formulate decisions based on that analysis. So yung mga tipo ng tao na pupunta sa boss at magsasabi lang, boss, merong problema, anong gagawin natin? You need to rethink your strategy, upskill. Because if that's the value that you bring to the organization, pretty soon, a chatbot will replace you already. So the fourth one is creativity and innovation. So what does it mean when we say creativity? Creativity is the ability to perceive the world in new ways, and it has played a key role in the development of the future work. O yung Apple na hawak ninyo ngayon, yung iPad na hawak ninyo ngayon, etong technology that's allowing us to talk virtually. These are all born out of creativity and innovation of people, right? And this type of soft skills will continue to drive the workforce of the future. The fifth one is complex problem solving. So kanina binanggit ko na rin yan, no? When I was talking about the skill sets that are needed by contact centers, hindi na kasi simple. Yung simple na mga problema, yung mga what's your address, when were you born, and even your hobbies, actually, kaya nang sagutin niya ng AI, kaya nang sagutin niya ng chatbot. The sixth one, and I would like to put specific emphasis on this is emotional intelligence. What does emotional intelligence mean? Your ability to be aware of, understand, control, and express your feelings and emotions as well as those of others will give you a competitive advantage in the future. Especially considering that machines are still behind humans in this particular aspect. Maaaring mas mabilis maturo ang mag-isip ang machine, pero wala pa silang puso. Okay? They still don't have emotions. And the emojis that chatbots can give will never compensate for the kind of human touch that a real person will be able to provide. The eighth one is communication and storytelling. Okay? Why is that important? Because again, borderless. And when we talk about communication, communication across different channels and being able to connect and share experiences even when you're not face to face. Right? The next one, also very important, is time management. Kasi it's a very expensive resource, especially now that the lines between work and life have merged. Kung nagtatrabaho ka sa bahay katulad ko, how do you divide your time between home chores, pag-aalaga ng bata o pang yung ginugulo ako ng anak ko and being focused on something that I need to do? Because right now, wala nang separation yung work at saka life or yung work mo at saka yung personal life mo. Next is service orientation. Okay? Why is this continuing to be an important skill? Because customer service is what sets apart good companies from great ones. Being able to deal with clients and consumers in a professional, friendly, and empathy-driven manner will provide companies and professionals with a competitive advantage, especially in this ever-changing world. And then the next one, last but not the least, leadership. Bakit? Okay? Because hindi lang ito leadership over others, kundi leadership mo of oneself. And for leaders out there who are attending this webinar, hindi porke sanay ka na, I've been a manager for such a long time, madali lang to. Yeah, but you've been a manager for such a long time of a workforce that you can see, feel, and touch. How do you now manage the productivity and the performance of your team members when you cannot see them? When you cannot see what they're doing? They may be in front of the computer, nakikita mo sila katulad na nakikita ninyo ako ngayon, pero nagfe-Facebook pala sila at hindi sila nagtatrabaho. Right? So these are very important skills to have. Now, let's pivot to, and this is going to be my last slide. Ano naman ang mga magagawa natin? What are some of the things that we can do, no, to be employable for the long term? At ayaw na namang sumunod ng aking PowerPoint, but that's okay. Okay? So the first one, so dito na tayo pupunta ngayon sa tips for lifelong employability. So what's the first one? Drive and own your own development. Okay? You have so many resources out there, and I've said about that. Don't wait for your boss to tell you, "Uy, may webinar." Okay? So mag-attend ka ng webinar na yan. Drive and own your development. Okay? You know, experts say that true learners spend at least 5 hours per week. Imagine, 5 hours per week to learn, read, write comments, engage in productive exchange. Right? If nothing else, kahit magbasa ka na lang ng articles o listen to news, or look at job portals so that you know what the emerging jobs are. The second one is network, network, network. 3 beses kong nilagay yan dyan, simply because it is important. Okay? And why is that important? Because networking is a contact sport. You know, why is it important for you to take care of your network? Networking is a contact sport. So paano mo gagawin yan? Naka-lockdown. Paano ka magne-network? The good thing is that there are now many platforms that you can use to continue to nurture your network and to continue to create new connections. It is understandable human behavior to limit our circle, to say na, ay hindi, sila lang mga kaibigan ko, so sila lang yung chat ko, sila lang yung kukumustahin ko, right? But in an era of globalization, it is imperative, it is very important to network beyond the obvious comfort zones. Kasi hindi mo nga alam kung anong mangyayari, hindi natin alam, right? Na you might be saying, ay, hindi naman yan taga-BPO, so hindi ko kailangan yung contact niya. Okay? Paano kung after several years, something happens to the BPO industry or something happens to you and you can no longer work in the BPO industry? What happens then? Okay? Social platforms have enabled us over the last few years. We now have the option of going the extra mile to network with people from different culture, generation, industries, and so on. Do not waste that opportunity. The third one, be in the know. What does that mean? Pag sinabing be in the know, ibig sabihin yan is that may pakialam ka at inaalam mo kung ano ang nangyayari sa mundo at sa iyong industry. Hindi enough na you're hunkered down, just focus on your work. You also need to know what are the forces, what are the happenings, what are the macro and microeconomics that might be impacting your work right now, and what will be the future of your career. Kasama dyan, yung dapat alam mo kung anong nangyayari sa job world. So even though you might not be seeking jobs, my recommendation is just go to LinkedIn or go to JobStreet from time to time, because there you will be able to see where the trends are shifting. Where the trends are shifting. Ano ba yung mga bagong trabaho na hinahanap ng mga employers? What are the skills that they typically advertise they need so that you can adjust? The fourth one is develop possible selves. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Ibig sabihin ba niyan na magiging multiple personality na ako? A little bit. I was reading an article, a leadership article the other day. And with it comes a photo ng isang flight attendant. Nasa aisle siya with this very nice, swanky flight attendant uniform. At sa tabi nun, is photo niya also in an aisle pero supermarket. Because this flight attendant lost his job because of the impact of the pandemic on the airline industry. He found a job in a supermarket as a customer service representative na tumutulong sa mga namimili. Different aisles, but the same person. So in one of the things that I do believe we need to work on is not to be like, it's nice to have focus. It's nice to be single-minded about what we want. Hindi, magiging piloto ako, pangarap ko yan. And you be single-minded about it. But it helps very much, as the pandemic has shown all of us, that it never hurts to have a second option. Right? It never hurts to have a second option. So you need to have what is called by professionals as alternate or alternative career. And the more of them you have, the better. And the alternate career, you should be developing that. You should be honing your skills or the skills related to your next possible selves at the same time that you are currently doing your current work. Okay? And then the last one is think and experience global. Again, bakit importante? Because again, it's a global world. And as I shared earlier, you're not just competing with local talents. One of the things, I'll just give you an example. 2 weeks ago, in Saitel, we were doing what we call our talent review. Mid-year ginagawa namin yan. Nirarank na, excuse me, nire-review namin lahat ng aming mga leaders on two aspects, performance and potential. Magaling ba? Nagtatrabaho ba ng maayos? Does this person deliver up to par or even exceeding expectations? Yun yung aspect ng performance. Potential. Ano yung potential nitong taong ito to grow into a higher position or to take on more diverse roles? Alam nyo ba what we found to be one area where many of our high-performing leaders are lacking? Mobility. Anong ibig sabihin ng mobility? Eto bang leader na ito willing and able na lumipat sa ibang lugar? Or lumipat, for example, nasa Manila siya ngayon, willing and able ba yan to move to Palawan or to move to our Latin American branch or to move to Baguio even? Pag tinignan ninyo, because right now you have so many competitors out there, a global experience will set you apart because not a lot of people have it. I understand that it may be difficult to live, like, the comforts of your own geography. But if you want to foolproof your career, if you want to future-proof your career and set yourself apart and be at an elevated level versus the other job seekers out there, you need to think global and you need to experience global. So one of the things, so at this point in time, I hope I have given you enough insights on how to take your journey, not just your employment journey, but your entire career journey to the next level. And I would like to leave you with the following quote because I really love it. Just like many people I know, I am insatiable when it comes to learning. And this particular quote was attributed to Henry Ford, a famous businessman. And he said, anyone who stops learning is old, whether you're 20 or 80 years old. And anyone who keeps learning stays young. So remember mga kabarkada, ang hashtag natin dapat, #foreveryoung. Keep on learning, keep on shining, with you trusting yourself and leveraging the help of others, we certainly will overcome this pandemic. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Grabe, sis. You have always been a very inspiring person. If there's one word to describe you, talagang two words pala. Woman of passion. Very passionate. When you speak of your expertise and of course your heart, what's in your heart. You're right. And may isang pumapalakpak dyan na co-host ko, engineering never goes out of style.
Yes.
It just evolves. It evolves. Like now, there's already, sorry for the noise, but now there's already human engineering. Again, field reporter tayo ngayon. That's why there's noise there outside. I like that you also emphasize that if we focus on developing hard skills, we can be obsolete. Nako, scary. That's why it's important to build up those lifelong employability skills. Thanks as well for emphasizing about mobility. Oo nga naman, no? We are afraid to move from one place to another. Pero Ellen, if we're invited to Palawan, okay lang din, ano? Move tayo doon, 'di ba? Why not? Samahan natin si Heidi.
Alam mo sis, ako yung tipo ng tao, if not for this pandemic, pakalat-kalat ako sa buong Pilipinas, pakalat-kalat.
Oo, alam ko nga yan, oo. Bawal ka nga lumabas, di ba? Ikaw talaga.
The married people and those with family are the ones who have really difficulty moving around a lot, especially if they have kids or just growing up. Lalo na kung hands-on yung mga parents. I think those are the things kasi that would prevent them from going around. Yun yung ano doon.
So let's just not forget, no, na hashtag forever young, diba? We like that. We like being young.
Diba? Diba? Kalabaw lang ang tumatanda. So parang it's a mindset. kailangan talaga feeling young ka lang palagi.
I'd like to remind our audience that after the two other speakers, Heidi will be back for our Q&A portion. So you can post your questions in the Q&A tool here at WebEx, and then we will ask them later. So let's play some announcement before we proceed to our next speaker. just the first part. We have more to show you later because there are 60 companies participating with us today. From one speaker to another, our second speaker will talk about HR opportunities in the midst of disruption. Rene is a former Vice President for Human Resource Development of Far Eastern University. He was a former director as well of HR of the Peninsula Manila Hotel and the Senior Vice President of Siemens. During his term in Siemens Incorporated, he also served as a compliance officer, chairman of the Asia Pacific HR Council, and the representative of the Personnel Council World. He started his career as a compensation analyst with San Miguel Corporation. Hindi po ako nagbebenta ng ice cream, yun po yung nasa likod ko lang, if you're hearing that. Okay. But let's go back to our speaker. He specializes in job evaluation and compensation administration. He later moved to Coca-Cola Bottlers Philippines Incorporated as head for personnel systems and then ventured for a career in Transamerica, and this is in the US. Upon his return to the Philippines, he joined the Wyatt Company, now known as Willis Towers Watson, as associate consultant. Rene expanded his HR career further, working with YKK Zipper Philippines and the message handling services of Easy Call Philippines Incorporated. Today, Rene is an HRM consultant, an executive coach, and currently one of the 2020 PMAP trustees. Friends and colleagues, let's give our ears to Mr. Rene Serapio, DPM.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mitch, for that very generous introduction. So I'll be talking about the HR opportunities this afternoon. So especially during this time of COVID, I guess we are basically focusing most on COVID because this is one disruption that has really affected a lot, or mostly a lot of people, not only the Philippines, but worldwide. So before I start, I'd like to have a poll on our Mentimeter. Can I ask the question to be posted? Okay, in 1 to 2 words. So you just log on to www.menti.com and enter the code 241333. So in 1 to 2 words, what skills would be critical to your organization moving towards the new normal? So which means after COVID. So what skills do you think would be critical in this, in preparation for the new normal? Okay. This one. Adaptability, flexibility, empathy. Okay, we'll give a few moments to see all the inputs. Time management, empathy, emotional intelligence, flexibility. My flexibility is being one of the most critical in most of the participants who are answering. Next, I would see was empathy and adaptability. Okay, we give a few more moments to get in all the poll votes. We see time management, we see agility. Okay. I can see that majority really sees flexibility, adaptability as one of the critical skills that is needed in the new normal. Time management is also running third. Okay. Okay, so at least I guess we have a real good indicator of what seems to be very important or critical for most participants. Okay, so I'll go to our slide now. I'll try to control my slides from my side. So if something goes wrong, I'll transfer it to our technical group. Can you see the slide?
Yes po.
I can, okay, thank you. Okay. The new role of what's happening here? The new role of HR following the COVID pandemic. As you very well know, for several years, the HR function has evolved from being a purely administrative function, dealing with personal time, welfare, disciplinaries, training courses, and it has moved now to as a key business in human capital management. The profession is peak now, so we're not just a admin function, but we are now part of a key role in having the responsibility in terms of making sure that we are able to protect and increase shareholder return in our companies. So we're going away from being a administrator as a key person in the leadership of the company and ensuring that we are maintaining the sustainability and of organizations. These are some things that I saw are opportunities during this pandemic. We have more time now. Before pandemic, we used to be very occupied with, well, one in the office, we have a lot of meetings. I guess some would have 2-3 meetings, let's say 2 hours. And then we have to arrange for our social life, go to restaurants, watch movies, go to the gym and everything. So suddenly everything is canceled and everything is just disappeared. But it's also gave us time to reflect on what we really need, what we really want, and what we really need to do. And probably look at our own careers, our own life, on how we see ourselves in the future. So again, it's really reflecting and probably reconsider also what we will be doing after COVID. During this time of pandemic, there is speed and innovation. If you notice before, you probably need to travel 2 hours per travel going to the office, 2 hours going home. And then, of course, now because of the technology, you don't, and working from home, you don't really have to spend that much time anymore. And the innovation in technology has given us an opportunity to be able to do our work, still do our meetings, reconnect with people virtually. Of course, better meetings now because it's more, I guess, concise, very fast. I think we are able to do away with other intervening events that can affect the meetings. Like sometimes when you're in the office, you get pulled out because something has to be done and the meeting is interrupted or a phone call comes in. But this time, everything is done very much within the schedule. It allows also us to reconnect. Sometimes with our busy schedules, we forget that we have family and friends that probably we need uh, to connect with, and because of our busy time, we are always like on the go. And also, it also gives us time to help others also, and probably we have also to be considerate. One during the last when they announced the MECQ last Monday, uh, suddenly everybody was packing up in the supermarket and in the drugstores, buying all the things that they need immediately. And sometimes we come to think of it, do we really need all the things that we got in the cart? And probably did we leave some other items for others to be able to buy? And that's sometimes being considered as panic buying, but they say it's not. But still, we have to really see on how we can help also the others in need. And one thing we noticed during this pandemic, we have a clearer environment, not in terms of the air quality that we have right now. Although once they started implementing MECQ after our lockdown, vehicles start coming out and everything. So I hope it's not that much to affect our air quality. And we have to accept really our condition right now, and that we just have to work around on how we will go about our lives. Some of the drivers I saw for change, technology. Technology has been there before, but it's we haven't been using it that heavily. It's only now that technology seems to get more attention. We have video conferencing, we have Zoom, we have WebEx, we have Teams in Microsoft. So, and everything is done now electronically. Even in terms of how we do things, in the olden days, timekeeper, and now it's done basically on biometrics or even face recognition. And it's all done electronically. And when you apply for your leaves before, you have to fill out a paper. Now it's all like you just key into your portal and apply for your leave, and it gets approved electronically also. It's a global economy. As Heidi has mentioned, we don't confine ourselves to the local scene. We are part of a global economy, and we have to adapt to it and adapt to the changes that affects us also. Emerging business models. There are a lot of changes that we have observed in the business arena. One thing is before there's a lot of manual transactions. Now everything is becoming electronic. I don't know how if some of you has gone to well, when you order your food from the fast foods, normally you go to the counter, look at the menu, and approach a cashier and say your menu, your order. But nowadays, there are now fast food centers that are employing self-service, wherein like you just go to a monitor or a screen, punch in, and later on you will get your order out already in a tray, and you just pick it up. So there are a lot of things that are changing right now. Even like one time I was looking at, I got a feed from the internet about some jobs that may disappear in the future. Would you believe that a travel agent may soon be gone in 20 years, cashier? Because telemarketer, even the assembly line worker, or even the newspaper business may change in the future. And even a driver may soon be gone as a profession with the emerging technology of electric cars and self-driven cars. So things are really changing and emerging. Even one time I read I don't know if you guys have heard about Amazon Go. I read about this article in, forgot the state where it is in the US, but it was a model that they tried. Before, when you enter, let's say if you enter SNR or you enter Landers, you're greeted by a guard or somebody in the door. You show your card and they validate if that is valid, and then in you go. And then you bring and get your card, get all the stuff that you need, and go to the cashier. In Amazon Go, there is no reception, there is no guard. You just get your either your QR code on your mobile phone or your wallet, tap it into the entrance, enter, and it tracks you all over the place. And when you get an item, it's automatically logged into your account. So it identifies you if you were the one who got that item. And just leave the store and it's automatically charged to your account. I think the only manual workers there are those are preparing the food, and those probably who are stocking the shelves. Remote working. Now, working from home seems to be a common thing right now, which we never thought would be done before. Although in my previous employment, we because of the traffic scenario here in Manila, we thought of setting up business centers in the different campuses that we had. Wherein, like, if you have a meeting in one campus, you don't have to travel again to the next one for your next meeting. You can just log into the business center and conduct your meetings among the other colleagues that I had in the other schools. So it's really a good model that we started that technology in terms of being able to meet people even we're not physically in that meeting room. Okay. And there's a new breed of workforce now. Where, siguro some majority of, well, my generation probably are slowly dwindling. We have more young people right now. Before we were looking at Generation X and Y, but now we have we have the millennials before, but now we're talking about the Gen Z. So these are a different breed of workforce, which are very much technology savvy, and they have a different way or character in terms of how they view work. And of course, the environment is changing as not only the global economy, not only the physical things that are affecting the way we work, but also if we look at it, the worst disruption that made us make changes is this pandemic. We had SARS before, but it was not that it didn't really not affect much. We have other, we have typhoon, we have earthquakes, we have other calamities, but somehow we were able to survive these things without necessarily doing a lot of major changes. But this pandemic really made a real drastic change in our lives and the way we do work. So it's critical for business leaders to understand the large shift in changing how people work and how business gets done. And we HR leaders who respond effectively can ensure their organizations to stand out than our competitors. So the challenge, this is a quote from Brian Kropp, a vice president from Gartner. So the challenge for us HR leaders is to really respond effectively. So we have to act really fast to ensure that our organizations are able to stand out in the market. Now, these are some skills that I think are important for HR in the age of disruptions. We need to have a digital mindset. So having a digital mindset is like we really need to look at how we can use technology to take to our advantage. We have a lot of data that we manage. Right now, we now have the age of data analytics, people analytics. It's not only looking at um, the overtime report or the absenteeism, but it's more than even that. We have to analyze also our talents. We have to look at our population. So there are a lot of data that can be mined from our current human resource information. We have to be agile, so we have to be very fast. We have to be flexible in all the things that we do. And of course, business mindset. It's not just being an HR or knowing our tools and our trade, but we have to be knowledgeable the business of our companies. We have to know how it runs, the customers, the products, the processes. So it's not looking after only the welfare of employees, but how can we improve better products and services to our customers of the company. And of course, we have to be future focused. We have to look forward. It's not looking at what we have right now, but what we need to do to be able to be prepared. One thing I can share right now is that in FEU, we implemented the learning management system of Canvas, which is almost 2 years ago. But this is with the objective of mixing or having a blended learning in terms of mixing online and face-to-face classes. So the infrastructure has been there, has been tested, has been gone through a lot of improvements. So the university has been prepared. So with the pandemic that happened now, the university was very much prepared. Unlike some other schools, they are still looking at how they can do online, especially how they can do online classes. So a digital mindset is we need to look at how we can be faster, cheaper, and better than before. And of course, we have to embrace opportunities in technology. We have to a lot of catching up. Okay, so data, there's a lot of data. Again, it's about data tracking, analyzing data, and manage. And of course, right now with the data privacy, it's about data protection. So we have to be very flexible and ensure that the company develops. Business keeps changing. It's very fast. It's faster than we ever think. So we really have to create a culture of agility in the organization. Business mindset. So you have to know the language of the business. As HR leaders, you have to have the knowledge and understanding of the technology. And of course, we have to equip ourselves with the business to understand the talents that are required. And of course, future focus, we have to be prepared for the innovations. So it's not only the innovations in the way the business is run, but also innovations on how we can support the business. So again, the future of HR, we need to adapt to changes to the business landscape. So again, as I mentioned, and I think some of the items or the topics I mentioned or have been mentioned by Ivy in the previous topic. So we need to adapt to changes in the business landscape. It keeps on changing very fast. Transformative, we have to transform. We cannot just do with the way we do things, but we have to be continuously evolving also. And we have to be technology driven. So there are a lot of tools right now available in the market. It's not only just the HRIS or the human resource information that we have, but the HR systems and technology has really evolved. in terms of coming out with a lot of tools and capabilities right now. Even one software that I implemented in a previous company has even a dashboard that you can monitor the key data in the system. It's like having your screen, and that you can see all the graphs in terms of people who are in the company, who reported for work, who are the number of people who are absent, who are late, and everything. So all those key data. And of course, we need to look at, again, analytics is becoming a real byword right now in the HR field. People analytics in making decisions. So in terms of the talent that we need, how do we source this talent? What is our talent pool? Do we have enough for the future? What else? Given that we are moving into technology in the future, what talent do we? So it's really looking at the future and looking and forecasting the needs. So you cannot just look at what you're doing right now, but management, you have to help management also look at what sort of talents do we get in terms of the future evolution of the company. The trends in the age of disruption, again, recruitment. Sometimes I think recruitment may be made simpler right now because everything can now be done online. There are even like these systems right now available in the market, wherein like there's online testing, online assessments. You can do even online interviewing, even like so, and everything would be down. You can download the report and you can make a decision on the candidates that you subjected to these online technologies. And even onboarding can be done now electronically. Online learning. Before we used to have classrooms or training rooms, or we have to attend workshops. We go to a venue, go to a hotel, go to a function room to sit down and attend learning sessions or even training. But now, because of the pandemic, everything is done online. And here in PMAP, we have been actively doing webinars to continuously help people in terms of their learning and development. So technology really is now heavily used in almost all our areas in the HR profession. People analytics is another thing. So again, as I mentioned earlier, there are available softwares right now or systems that can help HR analyze data in terms of the people or the manpower that they have in the company. And even performance management right now is being done. Things are changing right now. Some companies are doing away with the annual performance reviews now, but they are now doing a live monitoring of targets of performance through technology, through online performance monitoring. And of course, we have to continuously managing change. With the continuous change in the business, in how we do things, to innovate and to be creative, then managing change is something that we will have to do as a regular function of HR. General skills that will be in demand for post-COVID would be, again, this was mentioned already by Heidi, adaptability. We have to be adaptable. So these skills are not just for HR, but even for all other functions or even other professions. So we have to be adaptable to the different changes, to the changes in the environment, in the market, in the business. And we have to be tech savvy. Technology now plays a big role. And even when we're saying that even for as you start in school, technology now plays a big role in terms of the learning curve for students. And we expect most companies right now expect employees, applicants, to have at least some technology skills they can apply. It doesn't mean that you have to be a programmer or a coder, but even just learning really the general skills in Microsoft or just performing the basic skills in Excel, Word, PowerPoint. So these are things that are needed right now for a lot of entities. Again, the other skills, we need to be creative and we have to innovate. So it is continuously creating new things for the market. Data literacy, of course, how to look at data, how to analyze data. And again, this was mentioned also by Heidi, critical thinking. We cannot be just, there's a proliferation of fake news right now. So we must be able to shift through all this data that is coming out and really look at what is really the right data or right information. So we have to keep on question the things that we see, and that we cannot just be contented with one solution, but further drill down deeper to look at what really are the most the better solution to any situation. Digital skills, so that's in line with digital literacy. So how it's not right now, the computer is a tool that everybody cannot do away with. Even myself, I cannot live without my computer. So everything is here, everything is done in the computer. You do your video conferencing, your meetings in the computer. So even now as a consultant, you won't believe, but I haven't gone out since March 17, but I've been doing work and meeting people and doing my projects online. Everything is online. So thank God for technology that it's here. Leadership has to be strong in terms of really pushing in terms of getting the results. Again, I did mention this one, emotional intelligence. So it's really knowing how the person, what affects a person, and how do we manage other people. And again, this was mentioned earlier also, we have to commit to lifetime learning. So learning doesn't stop after college. It doesn't stop after you go through a learning or a training program. But it's something, even at my age right now, I still keep on learning. I still keep on searching new ideas, new methods, new technologies that are now developed. And you can get anything in the internet right now. If you want something new, you can just search it and it will come. You will be able to get it. So just a message, whatever technological innovations lie ahead, it's still people that hold the key to the success or failure. So at some point in time, people will always be there to hold the key, but people has to um, reinvent themselves and not just stick to what they know, but they have to transform and adapt to the change. Otherwise, if we just stick to how we do things, then we'll be left behind. I can remember in one of my previous companies when we started introducing, and it was an era of, we started introducing electronic works spreadsheets. I think it was still Lotus 123 at that time. There were some accounting people who, well, because of their age also, they'd rather hold a 25 column columnar path than go into the computer. But eventually, they were convinced that they have to adapt to the change. So again, technology is really fast developing, and it's really coming up with the new tools and new methods. Even Excel right now, it used to be just a spreadsheet. Now you can do a lot of formulas and a lot of analysis using Excel. So again, we cannot be just we cannot just stop to learn, but we have to continuously adapt and learn new things. And lastly, in the age of disruption, the first thing HR needs, we need to disrupt ourselves. And with that, I just thank everyone for attending this summit. And I hope we have given you some insights into personal skills, opportunities that you can go into the age of disruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trusty Rene, for that insightful presentation. Indeed, changes, they happen every day. Change is inevitable, and we really have to adapt to the changes that are happening around us every day. You know, when you have to adapt to the changes around you, it takes some kind of positive mind to embrace change. Hindi po pwede kasi na, like, at the onset of the digital technology, everybody was afraid. Everybody was afraid to embrace that technology. But eventually, you'll be surprised kasi technology is here to stay. We shouldn't be afraid of technology because it's a tool. It's a friendly tool that we can use to upgrade ourselves, to level up in the playing field. As an HR practitioner, we shouldn't just be contented into becoming just a traditional HR. You have to know your business. You have to be a strategic partner to ride the waves of change. You just wait for the change to happen. You make the changes happen. And if you have to embrace this kind of mindset, you have to have an attitude of a risk taker. Dapat risk taker ka din. Hindi ka pwede complacent. Dapat partner ka ng business mo. In my own words, you need to get yourselves or get your hands dirty. Meaning, whatever it is that would add value to your organization, take it as an assignment. Do not be afraid. Yung technology nandyan na yan, it will not erase mankind. It should help us progress in the way we do things. So we have to have that attitude that we hunger for learning. Dapat lagi tayong, naghahanap ng matututunan. You have to have new skills, new talents, upgrade yourselves. So yun yung sasabi ni Trusty Rene, no? Ang daming naging opportunities, ang daming nagbukas. Prior to the part of this summit, nagkakwentuhan nga kami, and we're talking about some business that came out as an HR person, like I have to go online selling also. So parang, why not, di ba? If you can do it, why not? So sa panahon ngayon, kailangan marami kang alam. Sabi nga ng mga Gen Z and millennials, dami mong alam. Dapat lang. Hindi po pwede iisa lang ang alam mo. Otherwise, sabi nga, Pastor Rene, maiiwan ka sa kangkungan. Yun yung sinasabi ko. Thank you very much, Trusty Rene. We will see you in a while in the question and answer portion. For the meantime, before we proceed to our last speaker, bilis natin, we would like to see some more of the companies with job openings, with some announcements to go along with it. Salamat po dun sa mga nagpadala ng mga listahan ng kanilang job openings. Surely this would help a lot for our participants in this summit. By the way, ginagawa pa po namin yung portal sa PMAP website where you can view all the job listings and all the list of the companies, contact persons, contact numbers. But for the meantime, you can view the list in our YouTube channel. We will upload them. So let's see some of them. Thank you again, Trusty Rene. Much for all the companies. By the way, there are about 60 companies who have sent their job vacancies, no, job opportunities for the participants, and not only siguro here in WebEx, but also those who are viewing now us live in YouTube and Facebook. May question dito about where can we send our job openings. Our professional staff will be happy to help you out. Siguro later on, we will tell you how to send your job listings to us in PMAP. Now, moving along, no? If you can see there, daming job openings. Hindi so, kahit na itong pandemic na to has affected a lot of businesses, some of them closed, some of the businesses have to close shop for the meantime. People are affected, they lost their jobs, but there is always that glimmer of hope because you can see in the listing na marami pa rin job vacancies. So, wag mo tayong mag-alala. Marami hong opportunities. We're down to 2 speakers and now we have 2 speakers already and we're down to our last speaker for this afternoon. We're allocating ample time for the question and answer portion, by the way. Partner, nandiyan ka pa ba? And to discuss
Yes, of
with
course.
us leadership in the new normal. Alam mo, partner, etong speaker natin, she's an alumna of the university which I always refer to as the happiest university in the country. UP, University of the Philippines, and she holds an MBA degree from the Far Eastern University in the country, and she's the Senior Vice President and Managing Director of John Clements Consultant Incorporated. She was responsible for making professional staffers and John Clements to the formidable company that it is now, no? In terms of manpower, outsourcing, training, and etc. She was the 2013 People Management Association of the Philippines President. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, please all welcome our very good friend, Miss Evelyn Grace Sorongo. Magandang hapon, Miss Grace.
Magandang you, Ellen, Mitch. I hope you're enjoying your time, managing this forum. Before I start, I would like to come up with a survey. Richard, can you show the survey, please? There. The question, I think you know how to use Mentimeter, right? So the question is, as HR leaders, what is your number one priority concern today? seems that safety of people has become a number one priority. Nine people, 12, furthermore, a lot of people prioritizing safety. Okay, apps retooling comes as number 2 so far. All safety. Mobilization. Is there someone in mobilization? Of course. It was well defined by Hydes earlier on. Ability to move to another location or to another organization. What else? Safety of the people, yes. I have an amount of temperature here that all are afraid of the virus. So we want the safety of our people as the number one priority concern. Upskilling, retooling comes next. Repurposing of office. Mobilization of people comes after upskilling and retooling. But I guess we have a certain picture on today. So everybody is afraid of the virus, and who is afraid of the virus, right? Okay, so maybe we can later. We have now a certain amount of understanding on what's the number one priority today. Okay, so I was given a topic, redefining HR leadership during the new normal. But is there really a new normal, or it's an normal situation? But you know, in crisis situation is quite unprecedented, so to speak. Hitting most at the same time did not allow enough preparation. Disrupted many, if not all, industries globally. So as HR professionals, are your concerns then and now? We have seen the survey, the Mentimeter, show us priorities, our priority concern is really safety. So I think the companies, that's what they are preoccupied currently. How they want their people to be safe from the COVID-19. Okay. You can see on the slide, the next slide, our COVID test is rising up vis-a-vis our Asian neighbors. And you get to wonder, what is Vietnam doing? How come it's zero? And then Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines is still on the rising. But this is not what I want to discuss to you this afternoon. Citing that the statistics show that we are not alone. And as well, you know, and as you well know, this is a global phenomenon. Actually, when we started our work from home during March 16, I told myself I was happy because I told myself that now I will have the time on my other stuff. Since I have been working since I was 18, I thought that, this will be a great opportunity for other things, but I was proven wrong. I have been very busy. I have a full schedule. Even if I don't travel, my schedule is on the hour. uh, I save a lot of time because you just switch. No, not yet. I was switching from one to another link. So it was easy to move to another meeting. While working from home have certain advantages, there are also disadvantages. I think we miss the action with people. Not yet, please. We miss somehow the interaction with our colleagues, and there's online fatigue. Blurred boundaries between office. In fact, as Hides was saying earlier, and also Renee, it becomes boundaryless. We have not seen, though, the disruptions that we um, have while working from home. For instance, while I was my work, I can hear, the garbage truck honking, and sometimes I can hear chicken um, crowing, and of course there are things that can disrupt you while you're doing online meeting. While we do not commute and we have extra time and continue working on, and of course we have our usual routine. It's also an imperfect set. A number of us do not have IT set up. We miss our office, like our chair, because it's very comfortable. Not to mention the connectivity that we took for granted working at the office. And plus the air conditioning system. Not yet, please. So amidst all this imperfect setup, we have to make do. Right? We have no choice because that's the new normal. Okay. So amidst this, where are we in our journey? Allow me to tell you the psychology of the new abnormal. Please. This was adapted from the presentation of Professor Golati of Harvard. And he said that this is the uh, the start thing of the psychology of the new abnormal. We, of course, in March 16, we were shocked, we were uncertain. There was a sense of loss because we don't know what will happen in the next few months. We also experienced fear, stress, frustration, and apathy. And the new beginning, of course, I suppose, we should have overcome our state of shock. And this emotions should evolve, like hope, the enthusiasm, the high energy, the openness, learning, renewed sense of commitment, because the situations today are kind of different. I'm sure you will agree that the situation today is really different. Professor, one of my favorite Harvard professors, said, the sooner we take a grip with our emotions, the better it is for us to quickly and pivot quickly. Those companies who are not looking at the future with high enthusiasm, opportunity to grow during these times will be left behind. So as if, you're sleeping and you did the opportunity to grow. And we should be working hand in hand with our company leaders to bring the HR agenda at the forefront. Next, please. Talking about leaders, most of them, when faced with a situation, will immediately get hold of cash position as a primary strategy and immediate cost. A great leader will also communicate immediately and clearly to his people on what the situation is. Not to mention that he insights into the future. So while and there are merits in preserving cash, cutting costs in the long run, chain will be affected. Leaders should a balance between preserving cash and streamlining the business. They must learn how to prioritize, communicate clearly their goals, and be able to measure their progress vis-a-vis these goals. Sorry, they have to learn to pivot quickly when strategy does not work effectively. For example, Fujifilm and Kodak, everybody knows the story. Kodak filed bankruptcy when their major product films became Fujifilm, though survived. Why did that survive? The company put their knowledge on products, imaging, and x-rays, as well as in collagen and oxidation into good use. Thus, they went healthcare. Would there be similar stories during 19 crisis situation? Certainly, we have heard a number of stories of companies pivoted quickly and have experienced some amount of, for example, San Miguel came up with alcohol, also with Asia. They are now selling alcohol, and I know Splash, they are now selling alcohol. So isn't it um, an opportunity that um, they could take advantage of, because alcohol is needed during these times. So who led them? How come they were able to convert their factories into alcohol? So certainly their leaders led their organization to the change path. So as HR leader, how do we make, please don't move first, as leaders, can you go back? How do ourselves relevant? HR a unique position these days, since the focus of today, human resource. Some questions that come to mind: how are we going to engage our employees given the work from home arrangement? Remote working in isolation, as everyone is used to working, being in the office, it also poses some questions, some issues like managing and leading your team virtually, measuring one's productivity, avoiding burnout, implementing policies, communicating with workers and clients, and a whole lot more. Additional questions would be, how do you imagine your organization, organizational setup given this pandemic, that you are not allowed to have 100% of your workforce in the office, most 50%, or even 30%. So another question is, what skilling retooling program have you turned on? with the pandemic, a lot of things would be attended to, and some skills have to be um, exhibited so that you can address the requirements of the organization. On top of these questions, I think what are we doing to help in increasing share value? So I think there's a lot of things that HR leaders have to do to make themselves relevant. According to a digital survey conducted by Gartner, in the past, most employees would work in an office. That was why when sudden shift to work from home, it impacted everyone. So during these times, building trust, the number one role of managers, HR managers include. While remote work reduces costs and protects the environment, it also carries with it the responsibility ensuring that employees will continue to work with and burnout and loneliness are also some of its downsides, as depression is the number one issue that companies deal with during this time. The staying in touch and connecting employees is an important ingredient to handle. As HR, we should rate opportunities for ongoing interactions among remote workers, their teammates, and managers to keep the trust relationship. So just to show you how our company has managed to engage our employees, we are, by the way, percent work from home. We have 10% who are working in office because they have to manage the audit, the collection, and administration. So as you can see here, Tumba, we have practitioner holistic living who gave us a talk on what kind of will keep you healthy, what kind of vegetables will keep your energy. We also made a party via Zoom. Mental health is important for us, so we have webinar on mental health, meditation. We also have recently we have cooking lessons, and also games like Jeopardy, bingo, and so on and so forth. A lot of things going on every week, and all you need to do is for all these events. So in essence, we want employees to be engaged with us and also their isolation, so to speak, and they are part of an organization like JAN. Our data also showed that productivity is higher these days than before. Fortunately for us, we have a cloud-based system which we implemented in 2016, and this allowed us to measure our productivity. While we have to determine what work can be done at home, we are not in a hurry to go back to the office. We're thinking of going back by the end of the year and to repurpose our office space in the near future. Next slide. We are not also wanting of any communication. The company arranged for all applications and will track its usage. So far, Microsoft Teams, Viber, and WebEx are the highest in terms of utilization. Very recently, we measured our of WebEx, and it seems that we're number one in the entire market of WebEx, utilizing WebEx for our meetings and for our client interaction. So in early January, we created an organization called JCLI, which is a leadership institution. Imagine we did not do something about it, but with the COVID pandemic, we were able to populate content in this platform in a matter of 4 weeks. So the pandemic really accelerated all the things that we were doing because we understand that we have to shift the power of training into the hands of our employees. So we created the platform of learning which our employees can go whenever they want to learn something. John Clement Institute, in partnership with Cross Knowledge, an online learning portal which is populated with a lot of contents concerning the COVID crisis. How will you lead through the COVID crisis? Features up-to-date articles on the global situation of the COVID crisis, as well as learning materials, leaders in getting new insights on how to lead through a crisis. And on top of this all, we have webinaries. We have all the things that you want to learn so you can improve how we manage to retool our people. HR, how will you elevate yourself to the next level? A lot of things which our two speakers have mentioned as leaders or as leader, you need to be able to change, right? But we also need to tolerate ambiguity, failure, and rapid changes. This forces us to be agile and to pivot quickly so that we can address any situation that will come our way. During time of normality, we need to have speed and come up with alternative of action at a very short lead time. Capital, we cannot rely from our own experience only. There are these are unprecedented times. We need to compare our experience with others. We need to build that network of contacts whom we can share with our experience. In addition, as HR leaders, what skill sets are required this time? Despite these challenges, we are to remain calm. We should not panic. The last thing we need is for an HR leader who will buckle down under pressure. We should have compassion and concern. We should show concern and compassion as employees should want that HR cares about them and their needs. In fact, I may share that in my division, we created PS Angels. So the angels would just any member of the my community, PS anything not related to job. So how feeling, etc. And it's not plastic. Uh, we need to be able to really show some concern because some are really living by them, their parents or their parents are in the provinces and they live alone in Metro. They were locked up here. They were not able to go home when the lockdown was announced. So if you show real care about the people around, then you can probably say that it's something important and important to that you work with, and you can probably say that he will remain loyal to you, to the job, loyal to the company. Another set of um, skill set that we need to build on would be we should be comfortable with uncertainty. We have no data to on, so we need to be comfortable with risk, uncertainty, and ambiguity. Good if this pandemic happened also in the past, but it's unprecedented. We have no experience, so we need to be comfortable with uncertainty. Also, HR leaders should be realistic about the size of the problem and be able to determine how to mitigate this. Change and make decision in a timely fashion. I think the two speak about change. Today, change is the new normal. There is no room to delay any action once is clear. So here, when you need not to this crisis situation, you should be ambiguity, tolerate failure, tolerate change. I would like to also tell you that about 2 weeks ago, we have these annual awards for our recruiters and sales. We did our annual awards via Zoom. Plus, there are some hiccups along the way, but we told ourselves this is our first experience. We cannot afford set because of this change. And at the end of the award, everybody really enjoyed the that was presented to them, and we made it a point to deliver also the food to all the attendees together with wine and their cakes. And I think it was a good experience for our people. Next slide. So I think I've mentioned this as HR, what skill set are required in this time. Next slide, please. So I just want to share this before I leave. I finish my presentation. That there's a study made by our partner Zenger Folkman about HRs. So they conducted using about 2,187 HR 360-degree feedback. There's about 11% of those 187 came from Asia, but largely, of course, came from the US, Latin America, Canada, and Africa. Next slide, please. So typical HR leader is percentile points below average when compared to other leaders in the organization. Next slide. Next slide. Essentially, what they're saying, salespeople are perceived better compared to HR as a possible general manager or overall head of the organization. And they say out of this survey that the perceived of HR leaders would be in these areas: developing and coaching others, building positive relationships, serving as a role model, providing HR knowledge and peace. Next slide, please. And look at here, the perceived weakness of HR leaders. It's, we're very internally focused rather than external focus, lacking of strategic perspective, not anticipating and responding quickly to problems. Pandemic have proven that these are also skills that HR leaders have, because right now you need to anticipate and respond quickly to what's in your organization. You have to be externally focused, meaning you need what's happening in the environment. Is the COVID medicines or vaccines available? What are you going to do in terms of, building the protocols? You can go back to the office and work. I think this some of the weaknesses of HR leaders, but today I would believe that this weakness have now or weaknesses now become near strengths of HR leaders. Next, please. Um, so at this point, before I say my last word, while we have a lot to improve upon, we can rise above, provided to our strengths more and work closely with our leaders in addressing the various concerns. We have heard a lot of stories of HR leaders who have risen to become general managers of their respective organizations because their leaders are not here in the country and they manage everything that's happening at their center. This is very pronounced in the BPO companies where our leaders have become the new frontier, the new leaders by various organizations. I hope that I have areas that we can contribute and change. We should take a proactive and take action. Don't snooze because snooze. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Wow. When it comes to talks about leadership, it is really best to hear it from someone who walks the talk. I have been fortunate to have firsthand experience under the leadership of past President Grace, where we were inspired to launch for PMAP the National Wellness Day. From your talk today, I took note particularly of your point that leaders need to build trust within the team, especially because we are far from each other. There's one word you have mentioned that seemed to become a common theme among the experts we have today. That is the word pivot, meaning to turn, swivel, change direction. I guess it's really important for HR and other leaders, no, that we pivot. We cannot be the same person we were 5 months ago. So.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you once again, past President Grace. It has been very inspiring. There you have it, partner. Are you there? Friends and
Mention mo
colleagues.
yung wellness.
Oo.
2030. Parang historic yan para sa ating dalawa.
I know. Diba? Kasama tayo doon.
Yun yung 2013 when we had the golden anniversary of PMAP. I think.
That's why oh yeah. Oh, I remember. Kasi may bumaba galing sa sa ulap.
That leadership of PP Grace. That's when we introduced kasama si Richard. Taglines. Go for the gold. Yun lagi yung
diba?
natin.
Oo nga
gold.
Yeah, so since then, laging may pivoting, laging ganon. Every year na lang meron. So ngayon, PP Grace is challenged us to, again, pivot, no? To turn the weaknesses that she shared into strengths. Tama? Sa HR, no?
Yes.
Correct.
Alam mo kasi, we cannot just be HR people lang. The business. Take the lead talaga as far as the profession is concerned. Kasi, very sad din to know that some companies, I hope it will evolve eventually, partner, na yung iba kasi ang tingin sa HR ay the traditional HR, taga-process ng overtime, ng attendance. But you have to get out of that stereotype. Ikaw mismo as an HR person has to take the initiative. Diba? You have to take the initiative and show management, show your company that you're more than just that. mas marami kang alam gawin, di ba? To help the business. Again,
That's true. Yeah,
kasi is the name of the game.
exactly.
Dapat mo alam. Dapat
Okay.
mo alam.
Tamang-tama. Why don't we call back our panelists, no? Yung dalawang speakers natin, si Heidi, si Rene. There may be questions from our participants. This is where we really want to focus. I'm so glad that we are actually, we targeted to finish early, in fact, no? Not 5 p.m., but earlier. So, glad that we're making the time. And I hope andyan na ba ulit? So, we have some questions you can ask.
Before tayo pumunta dun sa Q&A, meron kasi dito na will we be able to view the job openings one more time? Thank you po. Ang sabi natin dito, you can go to our YouTube. That's www.youtube user/PMAP 1956. PMAP, PMAP 1956. And then also in Facebook, www.facebook PMAP 1956. So kung na-miss out niyo po kanina yung run-through natin of the job listings, you can always revert to our YouTube kasi recorded naman yan. If you want, you can take a screenshot. Talagang, dati kasi newspaper, partner. Bibili ka ng newspaper, tapos kiklip mo yung yung mga...
Ano na tayo ngayon? Nag-pivot na tayo ngayon.
Techie na tayo ngayon.
So, yeah. Okay, so ready for our first three. We have 3 questions here right away from PP Gray Zata. Okay, Heidi, are you there? Heidi, this is for you. So happy to know the still bright outlook for BPO. So does this mean that our increased COVID numbers and poor home internet connections will not have a significant impact on the industry? Yeah, best of luck, Linda, and we laud the heroic efforts. So, Heidi.
Yeah, well, it is having an impact. Okay, I would be lying if I say that we are not struggling in managing the impact. Like for example, of us going back to MECQ. Kaya nga ang ano namin ngayon sa recruiting, because imagine most of our clients are recruiting in center. Okay? There are still many clients who refuse to send their jobs to work at home setup, and we need to align to that. Okay? Until such time that the clients are already fully on board, and we have given them really proof that hey, work from home really works, that the quality of calls is the same, that your data will not be compromised, etc. But the management of it and the adaptation, I think, will have to be on our end. Okay, like for example, I'll give you an example. Previously, if we need 100 agents or 100 agents for a particular site, we extend around 110, 120 job offers. Okay. And then, pagdating ng day 1 ng training, that 100, 120 becomes 100, 105, 110 due to fallout. Some of them changed their minds. Some of them had to request for rescheduling, etc. Okay, so around 10 to 20% buffer. Last week, when I was reviewing our file, we are already buffering 100 to 120%. So that means if we need 100 people next week, we need to extend 120 job offers to be on the safe side. Why? We have medical triage, for example. We have fallouts from the medical triage because this is in center, right? And then the second one, yung difficulty nila pag papasok because of transportation issues. Although, believe it or not, we have 80 buses in our fleet already. So our recruiting team now has the added job of managing fleet, meaning coordinating the pickup of all candidates. So that's one from an in-center perspective. So talagang naapektuhan kami. But the thing is that once we made a commitment to the client, it is a commitment that we need to follow through on. Kasi pag hindi kami nag-follow through, that requirement still remains, right? That requirement of the client doesn't go away. And if we cannot deliver here in Saitel, if the Philippines cannot deliver, that job goes somewhere else. So that means that's 100 job that should have gone to Filipinos that will go to like a Colombian or a Peruvian or someone in the US. So ang punto de vista namin dito sa industry is that yes, we do this for our company, but more than that, we do this for the Filipino people. We do this for the Philippines. Now, pagdating naman sa work at home, again, internet connection, even me, that I have 2 backups. I have PLDT, I have Globe. Saitel has given me a lot of facilities to be able to effectively work from home. But you saw what happened earlier. That also is a struggle for our agents. So even that, talagang binibigyan namin sila ng sarili nilang Wi-Fi connection. We give them allowances, and then we put in every tools that we can to help enable our associates who are permitted to work from home to be able to do so productively. It is challenging. It is challenging. And there are still many questions that we have not answered. There are still so many solutions that we still have not found. But I think what is really resounding across the entire industry is the commitment to make it work. Because we know, as I shared earlier, that our OFWs will no longer be able to remit as much, 30 to 40% reduction, 13 billion reduction in their remittance. Ano pa, saan pa kukuha ang ekonomiya ng Pilipinas? Ano pa yung mag-aangat sa ekonomiya ng Pilipinas? Kami na lang yon sa BPO industry. And we're fully committed to making that happen.
Wow, modern day heroes talaga natin ng BPO kung ganon.
Teka, mukhang incidentally, for the information of everybody, Saitel Philippines together with PMAP signed a MOA, a Memorandum of Agreement together with OWA. The intention is to really help the displaced overseas workers. At gusto nating pasalamatan ng Saitel for taking that initiative. Early on pa lang, April pa lang yata yun. It was
correct.
Pipeline because they foresaw that there will be a lot of displaced OFWs, and they're opening the doors in Saitel for these OFWs to apply and get an opportunity to work back in the country. Thank you so much for that. May next question dito from Ms. Abigail Tongko. How do you upskill in HR? Ano ba talaga yung kailangan natin in order to upskill ourselves? Maybe we can hear from Trusty Rene. Trusty Rene, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Regarding upscaling now, there are a lot of, right now you just have to take the initiative to really look at what skills are needed going into the future. Like, for example, basically the three of us who spoke were talking about technology, being technology savvy, digital savvy. So this is something I think that needs to be initiated by the person or the HR person to look into what other things that she needs to do or to learn. And there are a lot of online courses available right now. One thing that I keep on seeing is Udemy, if I'm not mistaken. They offer very good, I think they're offering very reasonable price courses already in terms of data analytics, data science, even for simple Excel or even Microsoft Word courses. So, and also knowing in terms of what are the new trends in doing HR. Technology-wise, there are a lot of things now available in terms of time management or attendance management now is so advanced right now that you use certain tools available. There's one software that I was implementing, and they use even geofencing right now as a method of capturing time in and time out. which means you log in on your mobile when you're in the vicinity. So you don't need any physical device to, like a biometrics that you put your thumb in or what. Or even like right now, I saw one demo from forgot the supplier on facial recognition. So there are things that needs to be learned in terms of organizing training programs, how looking for all the skills that are available in the market right now. And most of the organizations right now that used to do public seminars, they are now doing it, even for PMAP, we're doing it right now online. And there are a lot of courses right now available that you can, in terms of compensation, in terms of um, recruitment, in terms of learning and development, in terms of all the HR functions are now available online. Not only from PIMA, but also from other providers right now.
Okay, thank you so much. May question pala ako, no? Marami kasi ang newly grads gumraduate virtually, and there are a lot of K-12 graduates. What are the chances that these fresh grads, no, and the K-12 graduates would land a good job, considering that there are also a lot of displaced workers who may have better skills, better knowledge, or more experience than the fresh grads? What are the opportunities for them? Anybody can answer that. Kasi yan yung maraming nagtatanong sa atin.
Oh, sige. So let me pick that up kasi may nakita rin akong question na nag-pop up about age, no. There are so many opportunities for every Tom, Dick, and Harry, any color, any type of background in the contact center industry or in the BPO sector. While there are plenty of accounts or clients that specifically requires a college education, some require some level of experience. There are also clients that do not require it, that are really competency specific in their qualifications. What I mean by that is, I'll take for example the online retail client that we recently landed, where we need to hire roughly around 800 across three of our geographies in the next 3 months. This particular client was just very specific. We want service-oriented people. We want people who can communicate well, understand, and listen to the clients and respond appropriately and resolve their problems. It does not matter whether they're high school graduates or at least ang kanilang requirement has to be high school graduates. So again, yung in the normal in a typical traditional industry wherein even height and must have pleasing personality and so on and so forth, those don't apply in our industry. As I always say, agnostic kami sa color, sa religion, sa gender, and to a certain extent age, no? Kasi yun yung nakita kong nag-pop na question na do we differentiate? I just need to clarify, even though age 18 and nag-hire na kami, and that's also allowed under the law because of the current pandemic and the limitation, pagka below 21 ka, you cannot be allowed to go out. And that means, so medyo challenge siya ng konti. Or if you're above 60, pero even 60-year-olds, we accept them. Again, it is your competency that will determine whether you will get hired in this industry or not.
So can I also respond? Yeah. So I think we have earlier the positions, the trends, no, of available positions will be there for 1 year or 2 years. So you talk about data science, data analyst. So those are the trends of the future. So if you are a K to 12 graduate, I think that you retool and arm yourself with this set. And if you there's, as Rene was here, there's a lot of webinars about this, Amy, Coursera, and all those. So you have to reskill your. Don't sleep. In essence, no, you need to learn skills, and if you have those skills, it will be easy for you to get the jobs that are available in the market, because these are really in demand kind of jobs.
Yeah. Actually, if I may add, actually that's you're right, PP Grace, because um, the output of the academe, basically you're basically tooled with some basic skills only, but now with the demand of industry, whether it's BPO or whether it's manufacturing or technology around runs, is a major thing in the industry. So graduates would have to really look at retooling them, or how would you call it, strengthening more their skills, updating their skills more, to be able to have a good chance to land a real good job. Otherwise, they might not just end up in or they may not get employed given the competition right now. As Heidi have said, there's a large number of unemployment right now. And then last June, or last graduation, how many graduates normally does the education industry generate? Roughly around what, 500, 700,000 goes into the system. And they are competing right now with the millions who are unemployed. So the competition basically is, you have to have the skills. So if you don't have it, then you have to reskill yourself or upskill yourself to be competitive.
Yeah, that's right.
Great.
And
Oo.
also,
Again,
I'm
and
reminded.
say that you should continuously learn new things. Do not get stuck in what you know, because tomorrow that may be different already. Again,
Yeah.
happens more often. Diba?
Yeah. So if I may add also, the foundation whose interest is really to upskill women,
Mhm.
and their focus is more on science, data architects, data marketing, and so on. No? So they conducted a survey before, and they know that the women at a certain age or at certain time, they drop out from school. So they just focus on women who are willing to go back, or those people who are not employed yet at this point in
That's
um,
good info, no?
for the women.
Yeah. So maybe is that something we can post sa PMAP din, no? Yung mga organizations who are really helping, and they're focused on certain groups, no? So
Advocacy.
that
Yes.
advocacy. Yes.
Organizations partner who are employing WDs.
Yeah,
That
for the
also.
women. For the women.
Kasi yung mga
Yeah.
physical
So
natin members of the workforce, no, Filipino workforce. We should encourage hiring more PWDs for as long as they deliver good results. We shouldn't discriminate that.
discriminate. Yes, correct.
Kasi,
So, yeah.
I think there are a score of questions pa, Mitch.
I have, and this is for all three, no? A good question from another sister, Sarah Lee Alcaraz. What are your fearless forecasts, di ba? Regarding the role that HR will play post-COVID pandemic? So this is post-COVID.
Sige, ako, front and center. I think that my fearless forecast is that will be the very, very critical role that us HR practitioners will play, or is currently playing, and will continue to play. I think this pandemic has brought forth really the need for people, for professionals and leaders who are able to balance the business need with the human need. And there's no one else but HR who can do that very well. And I think that that will continue regardless of whether we go more digitized or we find a cure for this virus. The awareness is already there. And I think that level of awareness has brought forth in the hearts and minds of everyone the importance of having a very strong HR leadership taking a frontal and central role as we move forward.
My forecast, there will be more HR managers who will really rise and become leaders of their organization. I've seen one earlier about countries who are being led by men, and they have better grip, of the crisis. Like you talk about you talk about New Zealand. They have what's their case rate? It's very low, and in fact, it's almost zero. And I think with that as an example, I would not be surprised if in the next 6 months or so, we can see HR leaders who are now general managers in their various organizations. Yeah.
I agree with you, PP Grace. I think HR will really play a very important role in the future. I mean, if all the functions, I think HR is the one that's exposed to all the facets of business, because to be able to recommend or implement changes or things for each and every position, you have to understand each and every job. And to know that, you have to understand the business, where they're working, why they're doing this, what's the output, who are our customers. So eventually, I think HR will have a place in the top position of the organization. And I think we've seen some people already who have assumed that role, even here in the Philippines.
Wow, great. Front, center, no more hiding. That means pala. That's the fearless forecast. So, Sarah I hope your question was answered.
Sis, meron nagtatanong dito, which functions or fields daw of HR would go obsolete after COVID-19? Actually, alam nyo, yung COVID-19 pandemic, there's no post already. COVID is here to stay, sinasabi nga ng mga experts. That's why, sabi nga, di ba, there's an article from the Japanese experts na you have to live with the COVID-19. So, no longer the new normal, but it is really now the normal. Wala na new normal. COVID is here to stay. So going back to the question, which functions of HR or the fields in HR would really go obsolete? I think yung nag-question ito would like to prepare in any eventuality. So kung alam ko ito yung mga based on studies would really go obsolete, then I need to equip myself now. Now is the time to really strengthen your skills and abilities. Anybody?
Yeah, I'll take that first. So, ang sa akin, it's less the function but more the tasks within that function. That's really evolving. For example, in recruiting, because we do a lot of that. So we used to have a team inside that does call outs. Like, you call the candidates and then you conduct the interviews and all that. And then it just so happened that right before COVID, we started embarking on what we call TA, Talent Acquisition Transformation Initiative, which saw us implementing virtual tools and other integrated tools to help optimize our recruiting process. So anong nangyari doon sa team na yon? They went away. That particular function of the talent acquisition team went away because we now have we're implementing a dialer that can do the call outs already, and then the assessment, we have an online language assessment tool that can do the language assessment that they used to do. So now did we get rid of our recruiters? Definitely not. We upskill them, no? So now their focus is more on stakeholder management and evaluating the output of our hiring decisions. Are we making the right hires or not? And then making sure that we're aligning with the business. So again, evolved ang function nila, that now they're no longer doing the administrative, menial, time-consuming task, and are now doing more decision-making, more analysis, more stakeholder and relationship management.
Yeah, that's correct. Actually, to add to what Heidi said, for me, the functions of HR will stay. It's just how we're doing it is going to be different. We're doing it more using technology. As Heidi said, if we used to do recruitment, the paper and pencil type of recruiting and the physical calling, now everything is done online. Everything, even the testing, even the assessments, everything is online right now. In terms of retooling, you do it what? Online trainings, online seminars, online. So everything is becoming less administrative. So the objective basically of HR right now is to do away with all the admin tasks that is bogging down so that you can concentrate more on the strategic or more important things in helping the business.
Okay. Sige.
Yes, marami pa tayong questions.
Maybe last two
Siguro,
questions?
Three more questions.
Three more. Sige. Here's one. And ako, interested din ako sa answer nito, no? Because mainly because many people are working from home and their bosses cannot see them, no? So the question is, how do you convince or engage employees to work with diligence? This is a very practical question, no? How will you make sure that they're diligent in doing their tasks at home?
At saka, in relation to that, no, what are the measures that the companies can apply?
Yeah, measures for performance. Yeah.
Yeah. Example. So since we work from home 90%, we need to be able to at least see how productive recruiters are, right? So we have, of course, repertory requirements. You need to come up with start of the day goal and then end of the day achievement. And then since we work from using cloud system, we can already see how they have interviewed, they have contacted, etc. So it's easy to monitor the productivity of our people. Of course, managing engagement is another thing. We say that we have a lot of activities, they attend a lot of programs, they attend a lot of training, events, and so on, but part of the whole engagement. So in a way, measurement is really more output driven. So by the end of the day, you can already measure the output of people that you have in the office.
Actually, that's a question that's been asked already by a lot of, I've encountered that question already for one company. And PP Grace is right. It's basically output based. You just have to set the objectives, set the deliverables, and what do you expect on a certain time, what time frames. But you just have to set those parameters. Expect that those outputs are coming out. Or you can also do some regular, probably start of the week, video conferencing among your staff. So what's happening? How's this? How's that? So it's one way of also checking, doing a short check, similar to what we used to do, although this is physical, when we used to do it in Peninsula, every morning there's a morning briefing. What's going on? What projects are pending? Who's coming? There are VIPs. So everything that's going to happen for the day is somehow discussed in the round table. Basically, just an hour thing.
Wow. Okay, those are very practical tips, no? Very important. Kasi nga, some could be lost. And it's good for us to have the technology, pero for those who do not have it, what do we do? And there's no shortcut to measuring it talaga na output.
Alam mo, just to share with you, sis, what we did, kasi syempre, as a manager or as the department head, you know exactly what outputs do you require from your direct reports on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis. We use that. Meron tayong job description. Then we just came out with a simple form for them to monitor if their direct reports are really delivering the results as required of them. So let's not make it difficult also, because working from home is really different from working right at the workplace. So for you to, in broadcast kasi, sabi nga ni Trusty Rene, they used to hold meetings. Dito kasi sa broadcast, meron kami tinatawag na pre-prod. For every program, may pre-production. Half of our news center is working at home. So we really have to do virtual meetings to plan out, discuss topics that would matter, topics of human interest before we do our broadcast. So talagang may meetings na nangyayari, virtual nga lang.
Okay. One last question ba, Ellen?
Nagtanong dito, no? Siguro hindi lang to limited partner dun sa pagiging HR, or being in the HR profession. I think this holds true for all the professions. How do you make yourself your company? What are the skills that you need when you say you are a strategic partner of your organization?
Yeah. Sorry, there was a little blip. How do we make ourselves
strategic?
Yes.
Strategic. Okay. So, well, first and foremost, I think it's important that we as HR practitioners know the business, and that means how do we make money, because that's what businesses are for, and then find the link between your contribution and that end in mind. Okay? For me, that's a very simple explanation of how we can be strategic. If you can see a clear line of sight, if you have a clear line of sight about what you do, the link between what you do and how the company makes profit, then you can play a very strategic role in that organization.
Wow, great. Ellen, one last question. Pwede pa? Oo. Interesting din kasi we talk about upskilling. Ito, ang question is, how do we keep track of the learning and development of employees when they're deployed and working from home? So maybe they're attending webinars and all that, like PMAP, but how do we track their learning and development?
Siguro we hear from PP Grace.
Well, while there are a lot of tools available to track the development of people as learning and attending webinars, etc., I think it's important, if you don't have tech track, to just do Excel spreadsheet, probably. Just note down what are some of the skill set that this person has improved or has developed the last 3 months or 5. Because if you continually also talk to that person, you will know if that person improved. You have a baseline already before the start of the, where was he? So if you talk to that person often, you will see that the development that they have in accordance to your plan. I remember that we have a management succession program, and we have identified, of course, the skill set that we required from our identified successors. Of course, at the time when we implemented it, we have no technology to bank on. But we've managed to look at performance in so many ways, like, how they, um, for instance, manage the events, because during the pandemic, we have about 60 webinars that we were able to implement. We saw how they keep themselves informed, skilled, and probably address these challenges that are happening along the way if they manage a particular webinar. So you can see that there are really new people that you can uh, see pandemic, that they have improved a lot and they become leaders of our organization. So it's easy to spot development and the new skill set that they have acquired during, even if you are not, facing them personally, you can see how they have a lot during the pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Miss Grace. So siguro it's almost half an hour after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been a cloudy and rainy afternoon. Siguro before we wrap up today's summit, the first PMAP online job outsourcing and upskilling summit, siguro we would like to hear from each of our speakers their last parting words to our audience. Siguro we start with PP Grace na.
Okay. Um, I always tell that if I will not take advantage of this crisis situation, I will not be able to probably forgive myself. Okay? Because I know that during situation, there are so many things that you can do, and you can grow your organization because, there are new things that you, because of this crisis situation. So you to learn what you can, or continue to execute things that can improve business and your organization, because that's the new normal. You have to be creative. You need to quickly. You need to make decisions quickly, etc. So your organization can survive. But at the end of the day, Rene was clear. The name of the game is survival. You cannot if you just slip by and allow these things to pass. Making a dent in the market.
Miss Heidi, would you like to add up to that? Any parting words?
Yes. I have seen enough evidence in my career to show that what really differentiates successful people from those that are not successful is not lack of resources, it's not lack of education, it's not even lack of opportunities. It's will that spells that difference. Wherever you may be right now, you may be one of those who's who's comfortable in your current job, or you may be one of those desperately seeking, or you may be one of those who's on the prowl with very exciting opportunities ahead of you. Know that you have it in you to be successful. You have it in you to rise above the current challenges. Just have the will to move on and rise above the challenges. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Heights. And last but certainly not the least, let's hear from Trustee Rene Serap.
Okay, from my side, for one thing, you have to be aligned to the business. As I mentioned earlier, be business minded. So you know what to do and how you will support the organization to be able to deliver. Again, while HR is not influencing sales or revenue, but we are contributing to it in a way by making sure that the people are well equipped, making sure that we have the right talents in place, and making sure that we develop the people moving forward. Again, it's also taking for HR also is that we have to look at opportunities, and sometimes we have to take the risk. And sometimes you have to really jump in and say, yes, I can do this. So you have to have that mindset that not to be afraid to accept a new challenge, but yes, I will take it, I will learn. So there are a lot of things, even in my own experience throughout my career. I switched from one place to the other. Even when I went to the US, I was a computer in computer operations from HR. Imagine that. And my cousin just told me, "You have an interview with Transamerica. Here's the manual. Tomorrow you have an interview." I said, "Okay, so read to it. Go ahead." But eventually, I made it, and I was recognized as one of the I would say key people in the operations room. So again, it's really saying I take the challenge, as Adib said, take the challenge, take the risk, uh, but make sure that you learn the new skills that you need. That's it.
Nako, maraming salamat sa mga speakers natin. Sis, nandyan ka ba? To sum it all, no? Let's not be complacent. Let's not just wait for things to happen. Let's make things happen. This holds true not only for the HR professionals in this group or anywhere else, but for everybody. Let's all move forward. Alam na natin, we're facing a difficult situation, but it takes some kind of willpower. It takes some kind of attitude to rise above all these difficulties. We don't have control over the situation, but we have control over ourselves. And we can always tell ourselves, hey, get up, get things moving, let's keep on moving, let's do the pivot and all that stuff to keep things moving and to keep on learning. So, sabi nga ni Trusty Rene, bigla siyang naging computer engineer and HR professional. Let me just share that I'm also an engineer turned HR professional. And at one point in the history of MBC, I was the head of engineering, even if hindi po ako ECE. And then at one point also, I was doing sales for our MBC sales and marketing group. So at first, you will be afraid, but you have to take on the challenge. We have to face the challenges. It's only then that we will be able to rise above all these difficulties. Sabi nga last week, every day is a Tuesday. It's only you who can make things happen. You choose to be happy, you choose to be positive. Although medyo ayokong gamitin yung word na positive na yan nowadays. Hindi lahat ng positive ay maganda, kagaya ng COVID-19. So, let's all be optimistic about the whole thing. Kaya natin to, Pinoy tayo. We're known for that. Diba? Kung kaya ng iba, bakit hindi natin kaya? Together we can stand, together we can weather the storm, embrace the change, ride the waves of change, and make things happen. So with that, I would like to thank, together with my partner na nawawala virtually.
I'm here.
Three speakers, partner, siguro pasalamatan natin sila. On behalf
Yes.
of People Management Association of the Philippines, our president, the Board of Trustees, Ida Rene, and together with the whole and the entire professional staff, me and my partner would like to give you a virtual big round of applause. Maraming salamat po sa contribution ninyo. By the way, partner, we agreed na yung group natin will hold another summit siguro towards our advocacy is to help displaced workers to continue looking for opportunities for you, helping you out. Sana ho mag-join ulit kayo sa susunod. Tell your friends, tell your colleagues. Again, yung list po of job opportunities can be seen in our YouTube. That's www.youtube user PMAP 1956. Ganun din po sa Facebook. So partner, this has been a
Yes,
wonderful
Ellen.
afternoon.
Yes.
Enjoy
Fruitful.
po.
Oo, I hope maraming makahanap ng trabaho ngayong hapon.
Sana, alam mo, into the future, this is the way to go. We used to do job fair. Ngayon ho, ang job fair, right? The way to do job fair. And we
Great.
continuously strive. In PMAP. So again,
Yan, thank you.
thank you, partner. Thank you also
Salamat sa participants.
Thank you.
Sa mga nagtanong.
Sa mga nagtanong, to our sisters in the...
Can we have a group shot, ma'am?
Group shot daw, group shot.
Group shot tayo.
Okay.
Okay, so
Charge, sister, putting this together. And to the team, si Jeffrey and all the TS. Maraming. Before we leave, say, have a nice weekend ahead of you. Stay happy, healthy, and safe all the time. Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. God bless you all.
Ayan. Ma'am, stay muna tayo for a group shot.
We are Saitel. Over 3 decades, our group has evolved from providing the best experiences in voice support to extending our capabilities across the omni-channel environment. We are one of the largest customer experience companies in the world, with operations in 27 countries. Our 75,000 workforce globally delivers 2.5 million meaningful interactions every day in 48 languages across different channels our customers use. In every interaction, we improve relationships between businesses and their customers. That's why our clients trust us.
My name is Ravi Iyengar. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Saitel Asia Pacific. Our Philippines operations started in the year 2000 and has since grown into a 22,000 strong team of passionate, talented professionals. Currently, we've got 15 customer experience centers in Metro Manila, Baguio, Tarlac, and Palawan, and we continue to grow. Our diverse footprint, particularly in the countryside, is a matter of pride for us. We bring jobs and opportunities not just in mature BPO markets, but in greenfield areas to people and communities that need our support and partnership.
We are Saitel Philippines. We empower our people. We're transforming the associate experience through seamless interfaces and an engaging culture. Because the employee experience is the customer experience. Welcome to the Saito Barkada community.
Sila ang laging pinasasalamatan, sila ang laging binibigyang pansin dahil sa nagagawa nilang pagtulong sa bayan. Alamin ang kanilang mga kwento, ilalabas na sa DZRH. Ang mga kwento ng kanilang mga pinagdaanan at pinagdadaanan para lang maibigay ang tulong para sa kapwa Pilipino. DZRH, makabagong bayani. Kwentong pagpupugay sa frontliners ng bayan. Sa selebrasyon ng broadcast sa Pilipinas, ika-81 taong anibersaryo ng DZRH.